Jesus, what a freaking mess. Select stream. Live, okay. Wow, what a mess. Well, good morning, I think. This is a real pain in the ass. I made the mistake of updating OBS, and it's got the entire world upside down here in my world. I hope my stream is up and live. I don't know. I don't think that it is, actually. And I don't know which of these is live and which of these is upcoming. Okay, let's cancel this one. Delete forever. Okay. Okay, and available. YouTube. What a fucking mess. Boom. 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 Okay, I think it's recording. I don't see any chatting, but that's okay. My chapter markers are all upside down and gone. I made a mistake of updating OBS, and it wiped out the chapter marker thing, which I had set up and working so perfectly. And I could care less about any updates to OBS, frankly, which has got a whole bunch of stupid shit going on that I don't even need. So I do think that I've got the stream running, and I don't know what will happen if I do chapter markers. I have no clue. So let's take a look at where we are and hope this is working stream-wise. You can see that we're in another frickin' open gap up. Here's the previous RTH high. So we'll throw that gap over here. Jesus, what a pain in the ass. I am so tired of that. I don't know when they're going to get over it, but anyway, maybe not, maybe never. My mouse isn't glitching. My keyboard isn't keyboarding. There we go. Up low, whatever, 29.87, 27, 09, 25. Okay, there's the gap low. All right, so here we go. I don't know what's going to happen next, but let's see if we can figure this out. Really disappointing. Really disappointing. Okay, so where are we now? Let's see. Well, the screen thing seems to be working. Here's our overnight. This is the next we'll look at reports, I guess. There's no, let's see what happened if I do that. I don't know what that did, to be honest with you. I have no clue if that did something or not. Boy, that's irritating. I hope this is working. I can't really tell, I guess, but we have very little in the way of reports here. We got pending home sales in 51 minutes. And this is a big one. This Trump story here. He's meeting with Netanyahu, and he's signing. It's not here, but he's signing. I think it's on Financial News. Be real careful at 9 o'clock. He's 9:15. He's signing more executive orders. He has decided that that's the way he's going to rule the roost, I guess. And then at 10 o'clock, he's meeting with Netanyahu. 12:15, Netanyahu Trump press conference. So it's going to be a big A big deal today. Man, what a pain in the ass. What a pain in the ass. Here we have the, I don't know whether I can't do any chapter markers, I guess. I don't know what's going on, but anyhow. This is the ES Mini. You can see overnight. And something's wrong here. We don't have any. Oh, yeah, okay. This is our overnight. Jesus, I'm really screwed up. We're going to be way higher out of range. Again, another gap up. If you look here in the micro composite, this little white nub and this price marker is where we're trading currently. Now, I had pulled in these 2 days to a new micro composite, which is going to be useless. I think I'll just probably, I don't know, forget about it again. This is the, this is NQ micro, mini, sorry. And this is the full session market profile. Wow. This is my high time frame chart, my micro composite, which is RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. That gives me high and low volume nodes, which are pushed to bookmap. It gives me a micro composite VPOC, which I manually enter, and other levels here I manually enter. The session prices from IRT are also pushed to bookmap. And bookmap. This is the micro composite. I just put in this gap high or gap low because that's Friday's RTH high. Our open today will be the gap high. Here's some freaking where. So this is the micro composite column. I didn't take these out. I got all sidetracked this weekend with this mess with OBS. Not with OBS at all, but with OBS pushed an update, which I made the huge rookie mistake of clicking OK. And it wiped out my chapter markers stuff, which has been something I relied on very heavily. This is the high and low volume nodes column, which is pushed automatically from IRT to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which is essentially Globex. I'm going to change that to Globex, actually. These started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. The RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 0830, I hope. Haven't been having a lot of luck lately. Here is my notes column, which is pretty important. You can see way down below us here where some notes were. The statistics associated with the session prices and the micro composite, the migrating BPOCs. Now, the first thing I do with this column is I determine which open type we're going to have, and I change the column title. Higher out of range. Another freaking gap up. Now, excuse me. How do you determine the open type? Very simple. Only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH session close, which is way down here? Higher, right? How does it compare to the previous RTH session range, which is right there? Higher out of range. Simple. Next thing I do is clear all the nodes. Boom. Now, we will re-establish the session prices and the statistics here in a minute. But let's go one step further. This is the IRT session prices, which are pushed automatically. Notice that there are no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. Everything is real that I do here is absolutely transparent, simple, based on probabilities and data. That's it. Over here, there are a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH session. The POC is the point of control, which is just simply the marker at which the price marker at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the Globex session, we've traded 3,653 contracts right there. The very split second that one of these other price levels is 5,654, that price, that the POC is going to move there. That's all there is to it. There's a Globex VWAP. There's also an RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price. I guess you could consider that an indicator because it's calculated. Okay. And there's a mid price for the RTH. Now, a line or two lines or levels that sometimes give traders little confusion are the IB high and the IB low. Those are nothing more complicated than simply the marker of the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. IB is an old market profile term for initial balance. Who said that? I don't know. But you see here that it happens to be right under our previous RTH high. So that's where you can see the title over here. As far as the statistics, then, we go back to IRT and we look at the statistics study. And I hope this is working. Yeah, seems like it is. That's a good thing. Okay. Here is our statistics study. Now IRT very graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after we open. Excuse me. Higher out of range. This is the open type that we just determined would be the case. How does this study work? It looks back at 2,000 days, essentially. Of these 1,998 days, we opened higher out of range 514 of those days. Of the 514 days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. That's all there is to it. I'd like to have it be more mysterious for you so I could seem like a wizard, but you know, let's be honest. Really? Next is overnight high, 76.7. And all I'm going to do is just go down this list. That's it, 76.7. Overnight high, I know, just happens to be right there. It's the high, right? 76.7. Now remember, these are dynamic levels. This could change. The overnight high could change because it's where the market is trading, right? So we may have to update the current ones as time goes by in this stream, but not after we open. Previous high is 65.8, and that's way down here. 65.8. Excuse me. That's what I was looking for. The the IB high is 65.4. Okay. Well, it happens to be exactly the same spot, so I'm not going to mark that. But I will put in right above here, just for your 65.4, and that's the IB high. The reason I put the initials, remember the definition. The minute that we open, the IB high as it exists here is going to change to the high or low of today's RTH session. So this flag is going to go away, and I'm going to wonder what this flag represented. Okay. Hi, Panda. How are you? My little kitty cat's here making sure that I'm not having too much trouble with this broken OBS. It's nothing wrong with OBS. It's the chapter marker thing. Previous close is 47.5. 47.5. Yeah, Panda. Okay. Let's go. You need a snack immediately. Dad's got stuff to do. Come on, make up your mind what you're doing. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Where are you going? No, we can't go to the kitchen. Yeah. Okay. I will continue to put in any others that I feel are important. The overnight low is probably a good one. That's 34.8. That's right here. Ooh. Okay. Where are we now? The next thing I'm going to do. I don't know if these markers are working or what they're doing. I don't see anything happening anyplace. That really sucks. God, I didn't realize how much I relied on that thing. Well, I guess I did, but boy, did I make a mistake of clicking OK on that update. I could, oh boy. So anyway, what I'm going to do now is a TLab snap. Whoops. And what is the TLab snap, you say? Well, that is a bookmap Discord chat room. You can see why I don't multitask well. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And I'm all off balance here. I'm going to be extremely cautious about trading this morning. I know this sounds like a stuck record, but if I am on tilt or preoccupied for some reason, I back off the mouse immediately. Anyway, this is a screen snap that I put in every morning at 8:20 to give everybody who don't have the similar kind of charting, some sort of an insight as to the numbers and the relationship of the different levels. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. It's completely free. You don't have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty cool. And I believe Tom's the real deal. He says he is, and I believe so. He says he's been trading since the 80s. Sounds like that's true. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades on stream. So, or on, it's a Discord site. So there's that. I'm sure you're never going to see a screen snap of his account, balance. And I'm sure you're probably never going to see a wrapped Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a bunch of gold chains. So, you can make your own decision there. I think he's the real deal. I appreciate what he does for the for traders. And so I recommend or support that. It's the only bookmap Discord site that I do support or recommend, because I have certainly not been to all of them, but the others that I have been to were typical, and that's fine. But every third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell something. So with the TLab, you're never solicited for anything. So that's good. Now I'm trying to figure out what the hell to do with my chapter markers and all this stuff. So I hope the stream comes off okay. I'm trying to think of what I can do. Obviously, I'm not going to review 7 hours. The stream now starts at 7 o'clock, at 0800, right? And it goes until 1500 in the afternoon every day, because I am here to ensure transparency, accountability. This stream is not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the application, in the description here. I think I forgot to say all this in the beginning. And it's my virtual journal. So when I'm talking to myself. The idea is that I capture everything on the video that I'm looking at, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. Now, before we get into the open, I want to make sure that the next thing that's important to do is, well, I don't know whether these screen snaps are working or what the hell is going on or anything else. It's pretty important to be able to trade, eh? So the way you trade with Bookmap using your mouse is to activate the trade control panel with that padlock. Select a method which you will use to trade in the application with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose dome, it's the dome columns, or both is, guess what? Both. There you go. Now I trade with multi-brackets, and herein lies the risk neutral project or trade management. This is the smallest risk neutral package you can use, 2 lots, 2 contracts, because you need to have an even number right there. You select your stop loss for the entire package. In my case, I've selected 12 ticks. Your first priority is to manage your risk and protect your account. So the first thing you need to use to determine this stop loss size is your account risk tolerance, or in any other, volatility of the markets, whichever instrument you're trading, etc. Once this is set, this first stop loss, the first risk neutral scale, or take profit scale, T1, is automatic, because it's for the same amount of ticks as the stop is a loss. This is the same amount of ticks in profit, and it's for half of the package. The minute this first take profit risk neutral scale is achieved, the worst you can do on the trade is scratch, unless you move your stop away from your entry, and then you have much bigger issues to deal with. Okay? Then there's the runner. If you go with 4 contracts, guess what? If you go with 4 contracts, high volatility, simple, eh? And then the next thing I do is do the multi-account trading, because I want to do that. This is a TopStep evaluation account with 4 others behind it. So any trade I place here, or loss, whatever, move my order, whatever it is automatically and immediately copied to 4 other accounts. Now, the idea here is that this stream is 0 to hero, completely transparently recorded every day, and full accountability. That's my thinking from, evaluation, XFA, and live account. So there you go. This blue line, by the way, is just a visual marker for me. I put that in at the start of every session, and it serves nothing more than for me to glance to my left and see if I see that line. If I do, I know that I've got the full session so far in view. And what's this noise? We're going to open here in a few minutes, and they're going to be gap up, but I don't know what this crap's about. Right now, today, it's going to be a lot of uncertainty. Trump has got 2 or 3 opportunities to be in front of the microphone and the camera, and we all know that provides unidentified critical risk. He may say something, he may not, but if, you know what I mean, go back and look at that April announcement in the Rose Garden and see what happened in the market. It's nothing political. It is a unidentified critical risk, unquantified critical risk. We don't know what that could be. Meanwhile, back here to the setup, before I forget, I confirm I don't need any of these other tools in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. I have the same parameters or metrics here as I do here, so I can close that, get my real estate back, and I've got cancel and close and all the metrics in ticks. There you go. Look at this liquidity come in around here around the open. What's with that? Huh. They're going to try to jam it down, I guess. We're going to open in a few seconds here, 30 seconds. Let's hope that everything works on that regard. So sick of this shit. Well, I'm so disappointed about that. Chapter markers, I can't tell you how I feel about that. I had everything working pretty well familiar to me so that I could focus 100% on the market, and that's the point. I don't multitask well. I'm very aware of being on tilt or preoccupied with something else. I'm OCD, so there we go. We opened at, well, that looks like it started pretty much on time. Huh. Well, good. Maybe that's going to work for a while. Maybe that'll work for a while. And there comes our RTH VPOC. Okay, and we're going to put an open over here somewhere. I'm going to just slap it in over here for now. And that's going to be the gap high, 290925. Now, this will probably move the minute I see where the open is. But until then, I've got it flagged. There's a gap high and the gap low. We are in gap rules today. I will now switch my IRT charting to day session only, and that's really complicated. You go like this. Ooh, that was it. There's where we closed Friday. There's where we open today. Isn't it cute? Why do I do that? I'll explain. In a minute. Like I said, me and multitasking aren't handy. Oh, go away. Okay. What do I want to do here? I want to get over here. There we go. That thing disappears for some reason once in a while. I don't know. Just screwing with me is what I believe. These are the micros, which you'll notice. I also plot the exact same configuration for the micros because some folks trade them. And so here's our open way up here. So we're gap up, right? Anyway, I push the session prices free for anybody that wants them, starting at 1,700 on Sunday evening through 1,600 on Friday evening. And all you got to do, drop something in the chat, and I'll be happy to hook you up. Now you'll see that IRT has conveniently highlighted our open type, and it is higher out of range. What a coincidence. Okay. Now I'm going to stand here and be pissed about this chapter marker thing, which was working so wonderfully. And there could be something simple I just don't know how to do. I'm not exactly Mr. Software guy here, you know. Well, okay, there's our open, right? So now we've got to come up to 22 quarter. There we go. There's our gap high. And let's put in Mr. Blue Boy over here. This is a top secret thing. If you don't have clearance, turn your head. Just a vertical line. Remember, as I said, it's only a visual marker for me. I have recently, I don't know, a month or two, realized it's much more important for me to keep the entire session in view on the heat map so that I am firmly rooted and, understand the context of the day, of the session. And this enables me to do that. If I glance left or out of my peripheral vision, I see that blue line, I know I have the whole session. If I don't have it. And there you go. Now, when I am reaching a point in the market where a vetted setup is perhaps starting to form and I may interact with the market, then I can zoom in. But until then, I don't need to, and it's much better to have a firm understanding of context, in my opinion. Remember, this is my virtual journal. And so there you are. There's the blue boy. I think I maybe was on the wrong screen. I want to repeat that we have big issues on unquantified risk this morning. We've got 9:15, I think it is. Let's just have a look. I think I completely spaced out doing the numbers too. Man, I'm upside down. Yeah, I'm going to very definitely be weary of trading this morning. Here was our reports. Nothing was up there except even here we have this Trump speaking at 12:15. Now, if you go to, this is economicinvesting.com, which is free. I like it because it's got a nice presentation to screen snap or whatever, and you can filter it out however you want to for your time zone and your country and reports you like and all those things. It also presents earnings, and you can look out in advance, day, week, month in advance. Financial Juice is a newer one that I use. This is basically the same kind of a schedule or docket for the day, tomorrow. And it's more of a squawk box feel over here on the right. Now, these are the ones to watch out for. He's assigning executive orders at 9:15. He's meeting with Netanyahu at 10. Press conference with Netanyahu at 12. That guy, wow. And there's nothing wrong with any of this, and I'm not making any political statement here. But anytime that Trump or certain members of the administration get near a camera or a microphone, that's an unquantified risk. He could say something we don't expect. He could say nothing. He could say something wonderful. We don't know. That's why it's an unqualified risk. And as traders, we want to manage, and our first objective as a trader is to preserve your account, and you do that by managing your risk. Therefore, why do we look for reports every morning? Why do we oh, by the way, this is going to be a big week because this is also non-farm payroll again, and our economic ones. I'm sorry I'm upside down here this morning with this thing, but had everything working so greatly, and now it's not, and that's really pissing me off. And if anybody's a OBS, wizard, maybe the thing for me to do is just roll back the OBS. I'm so sorry I clicked yes last night while I was in a hurry setting things up. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. Drop something in the chat if you are. What I was saying is that our objective, our mission as a trader as traders is to manage and preserve our account. And you do that first and foremost by risk management. If there is some critical risk that you cannot quantify, you need to be really careful about that. You need to be very, plan in ahead, be flat, non-farm payroll, a big economics report. In this case, we don't know what may or may not be said, so prudence or, discretion is the better part of valor, right? If you don't know, then it's unrecognized. So what do? Well, you be damn careful. And you stay flat, in my opinion. There you go. Oh, man, I am so disappointed. I'm not going to be able to do anything with this until tonight. I will not try to monkey with it. So we have tested higher, tested lower, testy. Here's our gap high. And down here not too far is our gap low. Okay, and what are we doing? Well, we're heading towards there. What do gap rules say? They say if we open in a gap, and we did, here we are over here. There's first of all, in my world, gaps are market. So there is the previous RTH session high, and here's our open. So for me, closing the gap is reaching the RTH session high from Friday. Let's get that out of the way. Next, gap rules. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted in previous range and even more importantly, previous value, there is a very high probability that we'll trade across that value and range to the other side. Something you need to notice about Friday here. There's no excess on the top side of the value area. We closed right on the highs, and well, we closed a little off the high, but there's our high, and there's really no excess up there. If you look over here on the market profile, this is a poor high. There's no excess whatsoever. It's two TPOs wide, but there's no excess up there. So what it says is that if we close the gap relatively, early in the session, and we're accepted down here, prices, then it's a very high probability we trade across that range, that value area. If not, if we close the gap and are not accepted and rejected back out, or if we never close the gap, there's a high probability that we'll trade in the direction of the gap. It's just common sense, right? And what is a gap? What is a gap? It's the same thing as a trend day. The market is looking for a price where everybody agrees it's a good idea to do business. Now, gap up, this is, in my opinion, this is the higher time frame manipulation. Oh, I'm disappointed about that chapter thing. Son of a bitch. Son of a gun. And good morning. Risk neutral trading, my virtual journal. I guess let's run through the roses here and make sure everything's set up. So we've got IRT firing, and we got it on the daily session. We've got we're doing both. We've got a 2-lot package set up. We've got the multi-account thingy. We got the risk neutral package. Okie dokie. So I can trade. I have, I can get my real estate back. By the way, I have these metrics set up to only display in ticks rather than dollars. I don't believe you should watch your P&L. So if you see 24 or 60 or something up here, it's ticks. You can set that easily by just in Bookmap. I go into any one of these metric columns here and right clicking, and you can do something, configure. There you go. And P&L and currency, ticks or points. Okay. And remember that what you want to be sure of through the day is that you look over here and this padlock is open and it's green. That means you can trade at least. So if you set it up right, you're okie dokie. Now, I'm going to bring this down to $1. Oh. Or so. Yeah. I try to keep, for me personally, so that I always have a good sense of scale, I try to keep the price at $1, the price column, and I keep the blue boy in range or in view all the time. That means I know I have the session in range and I know how far I'm looking at moving. And again, when I start to approach a trade or a setup that have already vetted, and I am anticipating perhaps interacting with the market, then I can zoom in both directions. I can, widen the price out to a tick if I want to, and I can keep the session zoomed in to see exactly what kind of price action we're getting. It's pretty cool. All right. Well, we've got our levels set. We haven't taken out the overnight volume point of control yet, which is this, be ready for that one. Overnight high, gap low, previous RTH high. Here's where our previous, remember that these are the same levels. So, but remember putting the flag here with IBH high there, now, with the full understanding that the minute we open, the IBH high is going to jump up here, or the IBH is the IB high, is going to jump up to because the IB high and the IB low are only markers for the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. There you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. Yeah, man, I'm so pissed about that IRT. I sound like a little old lady here, but I'm so upset about it. When something, first of all, if you know me at all, or if you've been around the stream much, you know that I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of guy. And in a weak moment last night, in a hurry, when I was firing everything up for the week, OBS threw a update, and I clicked OK, and it tipped over my chapter markers and everything, which I had working so well. So and then I worked for a couple of 3 hours into the night trying to get it back to normal, and it isn't yet. And I'm pissed, and I'll probably whine and cry about it all day. So, you can mute off. And I could care less about any updates with OBS. I don't give a shit about all this new finagly, glitter and 3D this and that or something else. That's not what I'm about. And those are all important to people who I'm sure are doing whatever they're doing, influencers or whatever. So it's got nothing to do with me. The stream is my virtual journal, which I openly share and hope can help or be humorous or entertaining or whatever, you know. But it's my virtual journal. When I'm talking to myself, because the voiceover here is the only way I can provide insight as to what I'm thinking at the time, based on because the video captures everything I'm seeing. Just FYI, Bookmap has a phenomenal recording, and Bookmap records every tick of every session, and I have them going back years. Now, the problem is, from a journal point of view and from my point of view, it doesn't capture anything to do with IRT, and it doesn't capture in any way what I was thinking, right? My voice. So that's why I do the stream. I start at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market and everything because, and typically it's well organized. Today it's upside down because of this chapter marker thing. With the stream, because I insist on absolutely no trade taken on these accounts off of the stream. I want full accountability and full transparency. It's my journal after all. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? Come on. You know, think about it for a minute. I'm not monetized in any way on the stream. I'm in it for the subs and likes and, you know, comment in the chat's great, but it is my virtual journal and I share it openly. So there you go. And why I'm so thoroughly pissed about this chapter thing. I should never do that kind of stuff at night when I'm tired, because that's also a good time for me to fall over as far as make some dumb mistake. Okay, well, we've got the great and powerful Trump going to be hitting the microphones here at 9-ish, 9:15-ish, and then on through 10, and then on through God knows what, you know. Day's just breaking my way. We've got 21C over here. If you're into that, that's pretty cool. That's 69F, so things are cooling down. That's pretty good. Wherever you are in the world. Let's see if anything else is broken, by the way. It seems to be working. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, man, that's disappointing. I had a pretty comprehensive list of hotkeys in their chapters, you know. Pre-market, Traders Lab discussion, 2-lot, risk neutral package, the open, all that kind of stuff. I have several. What do I have about 25 chapter markers, and then the trade markers for it. Whenever I enter a trade, I can, hit the trade marker, and then the scales and the exits. It was quite a convenient thing. One of the most amazing things that happens nowadays, as you probably are all well aware, OBS is free. Huh? It's an amazing piece of software and effort by a lot of people, and it's free. It's pretty incredible. I don't know why that desktop audio, the other things are doing something weird here. Every now and then I see a desktop audio bump up. I don't know why. This is on the OBS mixer thing. I run my stream here through a Mackie DLZ creator mixer, and then to OBS. That takes my Shure M7B microphone and stuff and runs it over to OBS. OBS also picks up my monitors. And one other thing is, notice that the monitors are shared here, not just the application. I do that very intentionally so that any program I have open is obvious, and you get hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties up with Bookmap and also IRT. I don't want there to be any question about anything. For me, also. It ties up, ties and cross ties. Yeah, I got a potential problem with my keyboard wire. I use wired keyboards. I have 3 here. 3 machines and a few monitors, so stuff going on besides just the stream. That's what's causing the desktop audio. I just realized what that is. I guess I'm gonna have to cut the wire and then splice it. Irritating. And I use the old Microsoft ergonomic keyboards. The one of them is the old white one, not the newer ones. Things, coming on 20 years old. I can't type on a regular keyboard. It just doesn't work. I can type pretty fast on one of these, but my wife's got an Apple, and one of those little things that's like, Jesus, like typing on a cell phone. For me. Well, good morning. Here we are. We've opened. We didn't even pay any attention to closing the gap yet. Interesting about the NASDAQ. Look at the NASDAQ here. The NASDAQ opened and pushed up from 850 to 936. Wow, 80 points. 80 handles on the NASDAQ. Holy shit. Almost, pushing 100 up here. Wow. Maybe we're going to have to start trading the NASDAQ again. I used to trade that. And here's the ES, which is just flat as a fritter. The full session. Let's see what we've got for naked points of control down here. Well, we've got one that I don't have in probably at 66.9700. And let's see. I'm sure I don't, probably, because I was busy doing other tomfoolery. I didn't take off my workflow. In case you missed that, my workflow is that when a level has been revisited, I change the text to black. So what did I say that one? 9,700. 966, 9,700. Probably right there. Yep. There we go. So this is a naked volume point of control. from, what's today, 9876. Is that right? Yeah. There we are. And I think I got this wrong, don't I? Yeah, this is a 6th. Okay, for you. And then we're going to go over here. This is not the 27th. I don't think we were trading on Saturday, were we? Maybe. I was. I don't know about you. Okay. So there we have that. All the rest of these naked volume points of control and POCs and stuff are there. So that's, I know that already. Okay. Here we go. What are we doing for volume here now, I wonder? I'd say light. Ooh, yeah. Get away. 84% volume at this time of day. We dropped way down here at the basically 2 ATR at the open, and now we're up to 3.5 per minute. So there we go. There we go. Flat as a board. Looks like a flat line EKG, doesn't it? What does that mean? That means the market is in the hold. They are just chopping up traders, what I call retail soup. They're grinding them up. Guys and gals, traders that cannot control the mouse, right? They haven't realized that they should never interact with the market unless you have a predefined, pre-vetted setup and criteria, and realize that this is, let me rephrase that let me start over. If you want to have trading as a consistently profitable business, you never approach your prime objective as a trader is account preservation, and which is manage risk. You never just, sit back and click. Now, if you're into adrenaline rush and gambling and video game, knock yourself out. Who cares? This stream is not my way or the highway. This is what I am doing, how I approach it. And that's, that's that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Frankly, I'm going to start reading about how to fix my chapter markers, because with Trump and Netanyahu together, getting ready to take microphone and stuff, it's amazing that the guy, there is an international arrest warrant out for Netanyahu from the Hague, I think. I know there is for Putin. There was a big discussion about that when he supposedly went to Alaska, but I think it's been pretty well demonstrated that that was a body double. That was not him. Who the hell knows? Or cares, actually. I don't see the whole range in view. Do you see it? Notice that? Where is it? Where's Blue Boy? There's Blue Boy. Blue girl, blue it. Blue non-binary, or whatever that is. Yeah. So in 15 minutes, he's gonna put out more edicts about, executive orders or whatever. I don't know how the hell long they're gonna be able to milk that cow, but we'll see. They got 3 more years, I guess. I'm gonna get ready to trade something. I'm gonna walk out and fill my water bottle. What happened? I guess nothing. Okay. Well, Agent Orange has taken the stage at 9:15 Central Standard Time. It is currently 9:06. So, followed in hot pursuit by a press conference with Netanyahu at 10. And then a press conference, not a press conference with Netanyahu, but something to do with greeting Netanyahu at the White House or whatever else. And then a press conference at some time. It all adds up to trouble in River City, I'm pretty sure of that. So what do we have? We got 9:15 executive orders. That's microphone time. 10 o'clock meets Netanyahu. 12:15 press conference with Netanyahu. So, yeah. This morning is basically shot square in the head, as far as I can see. Okay. Disappointing. Last Monday was a beautiful opportunity that I wasn't able to take advantage of. I'm starting to wonder what's going on here. I think the gods are pissed or something. The gods are angry. My ex-wife is sharpening up her voodoo or whatever else. Whatever, you know. Crazy. Look at that. Wowee. Don't be one of the walking wounded here. This is retail soup, boys and girls. What do we got? We've got a 15 to 25, 26. You got a 10 handle range so far. right? Be really, really careful. Okay, I got a whole bunch of stuff going on the over here. What's all of this noise now? MK. Very dense. Okay, there's that. What's this? Again with that guy. Yeah, so we're in a 10 wide range. Be careful. All righty. How do I set up a distribution and all those kind of things? Okay. Where am I? Am I talking? Yes, I am. Oh, good. I'm not on mute or anything. Super. Usually I walk out, fill my glass, come in and talk to this thing for 20 minutes and it's on mute. Ah. Hmm. Well, well, well. I will have to do something. I don't know what. Keep your powder dry today. As I said, Trump is taking the stage right now. So that's a real high risk, you know. What's he going to say? Who's he going to? We don't know. Maybe something great. Maybe, you know, April 15th or whatever the hell that was with the big, you know, when he showed all those penguins who was boss with the tariffs. Yeah. I wish these guys would take a deep breath and organize what they're doing a little bit more. There's just been so much random crap. It's hard to take it serious. I mean, you have to take it serious because it has a real impact. The lack of organization has a huge impact on the markets. But it's really, you know, it's not a good thing on the bigger picture. Some of the things that happen are just astounding. That H1B1 or HB1 or whatever the hell visa story, that was a freaking nightmare. Two different people saying two different things, both from the government. Both, you know, the head, what's his name? The head of, what is his name? Kubnik or whatever. Standing there beside the president signing the executive order, and that the head of commerce standing there talking to the press, saying exactly the opposite thing that was really going to happen. And there were people across the world watching that, getting up on airplanes before takeoff and saying, "I want off the plane." It was a complete shit show. You know, it's just, I wish they would really stop and take a minute to organize themselves. You know, that kind of thing those kinds of things don't instill confidence in people, in countries, in the world, in America or our administration. And that's a bad thing. And all they would have to do is just kind of make a an organized effort. It seems like there's a real overreaching desire to have microphone time, the spotlight. You know, that seems to be what it is. I guess. I don't know. It would be great if it were not the case. That's for sure. Well, let's see now. What kind of mess can I get up to today? Man, I'm talking to the mute again. Well, what I was talking about here on mute was the following. Here is our range so far today. It's about 10 handles. 15 maybe now. With this little spike. It is rotational. We are fast approaching the IB milestone where the IB statistic will be in play. That says that there is a greater than 97.7% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the RTH trading session. Now, there are two types of trades which I have been vetting. One is the IB failure, which is essentially mean reversion. It takes out the IB high or low and can't get anywhere and goes back. The other is the IB continuation, where it just does the opposite. A balanced environment suggests the IB failure. Makes sense, right? Now, the way I look at the IB failure trades are as follows. There's no room here. There's no meat on the bone for me to even think about the IB failure trade. That's completely discounting the fact that we are in risk, political risk heaven for the next couple of hours because of all the stuff that's going on with the president speaking, signing stuff, and then meeting Netanyahu and all those things. So we don't have any idea what'll be said or what might happen in the market. Your goal as a trader is not to scratch. Obviously, your goal is to make money, to hit your profit target. My profit target on the minimum risk neutral trade plan is 12 points. There's the scratch. That's not the target. There's the target. 48 ticks is 12 points. That's wider than the damn range. Well, now it's not, but close. So if you got exactly short up here, you have no range requirement to the scale, and then where are you going? Here's the mid. Here's the mean, right? So this is a perfect opportunity to exercise patience and realize that being patient and with trading is like hunting or stalking. It's not being lazy. Trading is not a situation where reward or outcome is reliant on effort or action. It's not you work 8 hours a day, you get paid for 8 hours. You work 10 hours, you get paid for 10 hours. That is not trading. Quite frankly, and actually trading is the opposite way. The more you are patient, the more you stalk your trade and then put on the A+ trade, the more reward you will receive. That's for sure. So it's depending on where you are, when you were born, how you were raised, it can be a real dilemma. And it can be a real insidious problem for a trader because, they have this, a couple of things happen. First of all, boredom, your monkey mind starts going, oh, well, let's start looking for patterns. Let's do something, whatever. FOMO, those kind of things can happen. And also your work ethic, where you're brought up, if you were raised like I was, you brought up, basically your reward was directly proportional to your effort. So that is not the case here in trading, by and large. Well, here's 9:30 come and gone, eh? The IB statistic is now in play for whatever that's worth. And what does that mean? Again, well, the IB high will no longer continue to go up with price. The IB low will no longer move lower. If and when price exceeds one of them, that IB statistic will be satisfied. And there is a greater than 97.7% probability in this open type that will happen. Now, the other day, Friday, was one of the few rare instances when neither the IB high nor the IB low was exceeded. And that's a 1.3%, well, in this case, 97.7. It's a 2.3% probability that will happen. Friday, it was less. But it does, right? Over 2,000 days, it had happened 40 times. It's probabilities. It's statistics. The sooner you get your head around that, it's not luck. It's not guessing. It's not a hunch. It's not gambling. It's statistics and probabilities, period. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And also, it's worth saying here that the stream is not my way or the highway, right? This is how I approach trading as a business. And this is my trading journal. So I'm talking to myself. I firmly believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. I am a successful, patient, profitable trader. If you spend all your time saying, oh my God, how can I stop overtrading? I just can't keep myself from overtrading. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to keep clicking the mouse. That's how it works. Now, looking at a market like this, look at where we are so far in a session. I mean, never mind what I say. What is this market? What are all the traders in the market telling you? This is a huge period of uncertainty. We're consolidating because we don't know what the hell's going to happen next. We got Trump was doing something to do with more executive orders. God knows what. Then he's meeting with Netanyahu, greeting Netanyahu. Then they're going to have at 10. Then they're going to have a press conference at 12. This market is telling you what to do. And it's not saying, click that mouse like you're killing snakes. It's saying, mind your risk. Remember that your primary objective as a trader is to preserve your account and to compound it over time with small, prudent, statistically advantageous trades. is 24C here now, which is about 76F for you Fers out there. What's going on? Let's take a look around the park here. Okay, news. Oh boy. Here's financial juice. This is my first news source, which is investing.com, because I like the snap and the way it presents. You can do earnings tomorrow, this next week, this week, all this kind of thing. And let me also point out here that if you're bored today, hook in and hang on, because this has got big economic opportunities. PMI, jolts, consumer confidence, S&P PMI, non-farm payroll on Friday, initial jobless claims. This is going to be, you're going to get all the action you could possibly dream of this week. So just take a deep breath and be a big boy or girl. Here's why I'm saying stay away from this market, and why the market is telling you that that's exactly what they're doing. 9:15, Trump is signing something. 10 o'clock, meets Netanyahu. 12:15, press conference. So basically from 9:15 this morning through 1 o'clock today, this market is going to be in the hold unless somebody comes out with some random statement and they know they've got big economic numbers, the balance of the week, including non-farm payroll. So be a mature adult trader, disciplined trader. Your job is not to click the mouse as many times as you can in every heartbeat. Your job is to preserve your account, have a pre-identified, vetted trade setup, and when you see that setup beginning to, present itself, you can then zoom in, and that's what we're going to do right now. Okay, I've been vetting the IB trades, as I said. There's an IB failure, boop, boop. There's an IB continuation, boop, boop, boop. Now, we are likely to take the IB high before too long. Maybe not, but before too long, we probably will. What will I do? Well, I will stand here and I will probably not do anything, because there is the suggested trade is the IB failure. And I've already talked about the fact that there's no range or meat on the bone. Let me also say that it is an extremely bad idea to trade towards the statistic. What do I mean by that? Hopefully these chapter markers are doing something. I don't know. What do I mean by that? I mean, oh boy, we're ahead of we're over the VWAPs, we're over the mid, we're over the POC, we're close to the IB high, I'm going long. Uh-oh. That's what happened right here, and what happened. Now watch. So frequently in the trading day does that happen. I'm speaking from experience here, and then I have the data somewhere around here in my old journal to prove it, That is a bad idea. There is no statistic, there's no IB trade until the IB statistic has been satisfied. Then there are two in my world. Now, if you have identified a setup and the associated criteria which validate the entry for that setup, and you've collected a statistically significant data set for that setup and those data, maybe you have a trade here. I don't know. What does any of that mean? Well, first thing you need to realize is that the market is essentially a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Whether you like it or not, it's a coin flip. It's a binary event. The market can only tick up or tick down. That's binary. All this horizontal movement is time which we put on it. That's number one. So, you know that it's not a winning game to try to predict where the market's going. You can anticipate it. I anticipate we're going to take out the IB high, but I don't know that. All right. The next thing you need to do then is, after you've identified the setup and the criteria and realize that it's 50-50, you capture a statistically significant data set of that data, which means your outside random distribution as best you can be, minimum of 100 trades, thousands better. And here's a good analogy. If you flipped a coin, everybody on the earth, I think, knows that a coin is 50-50. If you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's going to be surprised that you might have more heads than tails or vice versa. You flip that coin 1,000 times, going to be pretty close to 50-50. So that 10 coin flip, that is inside the probability of random distribution. That majority of heads or tails in a 10 coin flip or 10 flips of a coin is random distribution. So you need to be outside of that. You could have the most profitable setup in the world. You take 25 examples to vet that trade, and you, unfortunately, are in a random distribution where a majority of those are losers, and you throw it out the window. It could be the most profitable setup in the world, and it's well within the random distribution of losses in a row or wins in a row. So there's that. After you've identified that particular setup and those criteria outside of, in a statistically significant data set of those occurrences, then you can determine mathematically, does it have a positive edge or expectancy or not? Over 1,000 or 100 trades, I expect that I will make X percent of, probability. And then you allow the you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge to compound to your bank, your account. That is trading as a business, not as a video game or gambling. Now think back a few minutes or look back on the stream when I was advising not to trade to the statistic in anticipation of the statistic. And here's a perfect example. You got short right there at 30. I'm sorry, long at 30. You stopped out right down there. And you didn't get the statistic was not touched. Nor did you get scaled. Boom. It's gotten so close. There we go. No. I just realized that I was all out of whack over here. You see? Yeah, this is a really good day to do something else. I wish I had not broken my stream in terms of my chapter markers there, but I am not going to touch anything to do with it until after the stream closes this afternoon at 1500. I'm not going to change anything, but boy, am I pissed about that. And this is, extra worse because now we're just going to sit here and watch the market flop around and some bunch of random insane old guys back in DC, stroke their egos. I don't know how much longer they're going to... Somebody's going to be putting up with Netanyahu and that outfit that they got going on. I don't really understand any of that thinking, actually. And this is kind of what we did on Friday. A little bit wider range, but we kept this up on Friday, and I will point out again that I am vetting the IB trades, one of which is continuation, the other is failure. If I don't have that set up, there's no trade for me to take. And in the fact that I'm vetting the setup is even worse because you can't change the parameters at all while you're in the vetting process. If I change the stop or the T1 or the T2, then that particular trade cannot be included in the data set used to vet this setup because think about it. Okay, I want to know the percentage of time out of 100 trades, let's say, that I achieve T1. How many times out of that 100 trades do I achieve T2? Well, those are names for out of 100 times I was able to achieve positive 3 points, positive 12 points, a scratch, a stop of negative 3 points. How in the hell can you possibly think that data could be inclusive if one day it's 3 points, the next day it's 5, the next day it's 2, the next day it's 10? You know what I mean? It's just you gotta just take a deep breath and be logical for a minute. That's the way it works. So after the trade is vetted, now I would never move my stop away from entry. I would never move my T1. But if T2 was right here and I had a big, level below me a little ways, I could move that target to that. I could move my profit target to the level or to the target just ahead of it. And then I could manage the trade. For example, trail up behind swing trades or whatever else it is. But I cannot do that at this point because I'm still vetting the IB trades. So this is extra worse. Well, there's that trade to that statistic. That worked out pretty good. I know we're going higher. We're going to get the high. Oh, I'm stopped down. Oh my God. And maybe we're going to get the low. Maybe we're going to close the gap. You know? Okay. I wish I could get this thing sorted out with OBS or be accomplishing something while I'm standing here, but I don't want to mess with anything midstream, right? That wouldn't be a very good idea. Especially me. Oh yeah, here we go. What a frickin'. Well, here's a big one. So in 3 minutes, this, duo is going to take to the airways. Oh, boy. There is one evil guy right there, boy. Of all the things I find this whole Israeli-Gaza thing so strange. Of all the group of people on the planet that I would think would be real sensitive to a form of genocide in any way would be the Jewish people. I mean, considering World War II and the Nazis and all of that stuff, I just don't understand it at all. What it does for me is it really highlights the fact that we as humans are capable of rationalizing anything. And I mean anything. So, stop and look at any of the videos from the Nazi rise and the end of, the late 30s in Germany. Millions of people lining the streets, cheering and clapping of German people. Similar, I guess, to Netanyahu's story in Israel now, I guess, with Gaza. I don't get it at all, but, it's not to be political, it's just to be from a point of view of logic. It doesn't make any sense to me. Makes no sense. So here we go. We are in an extremely tight range. We've not taken out either IB high or low, and we're at 10 o'clock. Now there's this news conference with, or I'm not sure what exactly is going to happen. What it says in the Jews is that at 10, Trump meets Netanyahu, which apparently has already happened by the picture, I guess. And then at 12:15, I guess they're going to have a talk, and then Netanyahu will suggest that Trump gets the Nobel Prize 2 or 3 times, and then they'll have a press conference at 12. Wow. As far as I'm concerned, the morning is shot straight in the head. Yeah. It's so weird, I can't even understand it. I don't understand it. We are jumping the POC around a little bit. I haven't even been marking it. It's been so boring. Sorry about that. Crazy. Go back to bed. This is one of those why the hell did I get up days. Maybe I can convince Mama we need a nap. That'd be a good idea, I think. I know the cats are on board for it. They're both in comas, I'm sure, if I go look around somewhere. Boys and girls, there's only one thing I can say at this point. This is a really good time to review your statistics and your stats. Backtest something if you've got a chart set up to do that. I could look at that, I guess. I've made quite a bit of progress in that regard over the weekend. That's, before I managed to update OBS and break my chapter marker thing, which I'm going to stop bitching about. I know it's probably boring to everybody but me, but that was a real big thing for me, and it was a real big help to my time and my stream here. Remembering, of course, that this stream is my virtual journal. So, and in the desire for, or the insistence for transparency and accountability, the stream goes from 8 o'clock every trading day morning until 1500 in the afternoon. Well, that's a little more than 7 hours. If I'm smack on 1500, it's 7 hours. I'm not going to review all 7 hours of the stream every day. That's my journal. And I wouldn't expect anybody else to either. So those timestamps were really important for me because I could go through the stream and see the different, interactions. And I'll work it out. It's just frustrating. Everything was going, when everything's working good, I don't know why I didn't follow my principle of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I clicked OK on that OBS update, frankly. I did discover over the weekend, if anybody cares, that the big drama around the Microsoft Windows 11 update KB 53878, I think is the number, where everybody was going, oh, it's crashing SSD drives and it's doing this and it's doing that. Well, they got to the bottom of it, and it was not at all that. It was a firmware on the SSD part in their firmware glitch, having nothing to do with the Windows update. So I have updated my other Windows machine, and I'll update this one this coming weekend. I keep my machines up and on all week with the updates paused for 7 days. I pause the updates every Sunday. Then every Saturday, I update or not, and I restart everything and then pause them again for 7 days. That way I have no unexpected circumstances where I'm trying to trade or trying to do something and the goddamn thing updates and wants to restart or something like that. I've seen people that actually do that, and I thought, really? How old are you exactly? Don't know that. I'm old and I know it. So there's that. So that KB 53878 is not dangerous, and you can update and then continue on with the H2, whatever they're called, update thingy. I still have to figure out what I'm going to do with my trusty old Windows 10 equipment doesn't qualify workstation over here because I love it and it works forever, and it's, been my trusty companion for over 15 years now. We got to figure out something with that. That's a different machine. I have 3 machines here. This one is my trading machine, which I built. I build them always. That runs these monitors and OBS and stuff. And there's 4 monitor rack in front of me. I have 2 stand-up desks, okay? There's a 4 monitor rack in front of me, the 2 lower monitors, which are 32-inch 4K. Are these trading monitors? And then there's another 3rd one off to my left on my other stand-up desk there. They're like in and out of the desk. That runs OBS and stuff. The 2 upper monitors on my 4 monitor rack are run by a separate machine. And then around the corner past my OBS monitor is another 4K 32, which is run by my old standby workstation, email and all that stuff. So, yeah, I don't have any problem with heat in here in the wintertime. Of course, everything's on a UPS and 10 gig fiber optic stuff and Ethernet and LAN and, all the usual bells and whistles that we seem to acquire and can't live without. If you're just passing through the stream, smack a thumbs up. I'm not monetized on this stream in any way. The expense I have and the time and everything is to make the stream as enjoyable as possible. By the way, I stream to YouTube because it adds to the transparency and the accountability. And equally important, I can review the stream on any device, which is, as you might imagine, pretty handy because I'm standing here from about 6 in the morning till around somewhere between 7 and 9 o'clock, which would be 1900 to 2100 every evening. So I'm here around 12 to 14 hours. And I don't even have a chair in here, so that's continually standing. It's kind of nice to be able to review the stream with something else. Okay. And we're after 10. Well, they're doing the glad hand and whatever else now. My only advice is go do something else, or just watch this for the experience. Realize that you may be witnessing another fairly rare occurrence, which is where we take neither the IB high nor the IB low. Friday, we did that, and that was the first time in my memory that happened. And it has happened here. We can talk about it. So how do you figure that all out? Well, how do I figure that all out? Here's the statistic study. Remember, this is looking back at 2,000 days, give or take 2 days. Higher out of range, IB statistic, 97.7, 98, 98.3, 97.9. So 2.3% of the time, we did not take either the IB high or the IB low. So figure out what 2% of 2,000 days is, and that's how many days we didn't take either one, which happened Friday. The open type there was higher in range, so that was 98%. So there was a 2% probability. 2% of, let's call it 2,000 days, is 40 days. 10% is 20 days, and 2% is, 1% is 20 days and 2% is 40 days. So 40 days out of 2,000, we didn't take the IB high or low, and last Friday was one of them. And that's the first time I could remember, or at least was aware. I'm sure that I saw it before, but, was keen and aware of it. I'll bet you the volume's low. What do you think? Ooh, it's gone down. It was 84, now it's down to 78%. We just jumped up here to about 5, and now we're back to 4.5 on the average true range. Are we going to take the IB low? Maybe. Should you trade to that statistic? Well, how'd that work out for you over here? And of course, it's, there's a 97.7% probability that at some point in this period of time now, since 9:30, we'll take this one or that one. And it's likely that we'll do that at this point right now. But it's still not a slam dunk. So there you go. Now you got them. Oh, did you get them, or did you just come down to it? Looks like just came down to it. I don't know if we have. No, according to IRT, we did take it out. I think it's going to be a little more official here in a minute. No. So I'm assuming that Trump and Netanyahu haven't had anything encouraging to say to the market here. Be my guess. Am I anticipating interacting with the market? Absolutely not. This environment, this rotational day, if they take this out, the idea, the suggested trade would be a mean reversion, which would be from 15. Now, there is 3 points unobstructed range to the scale. But you got to get all the way through the open, the VWAP, the mid, the blah, 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 all the way back up here. All the way back up here to get your 12 points. And they're not ripping through this IB low with any kind of conviction over here. That's pretty interesting, actually. Pretty darn interesting. Depending on broker account, what you may have not gotten a scale there. I mean, if you were trying to trade for that, you may have not gotten filled. $96.75. 96.75. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on? I'm reading backwards again. Yeah, 66, 96.75. That it makes no. That's because it's RTH. Not looking at RTH. I'm sorry. Well, if you want to be real, there we go. Now we're going to get through it right there. I was going to say notice how the IB is stopped, but we'll see. There they go. Okay, they got through it now. They got through the IB now. There you go. So the IB statistic has been satisfied. 97.7% of the days when we opened in a higher out of range, the IB stat was taken. Here's one. Let's look at this one. Let's see the probabilities of the IB high or low. 59% probability will take it out the IB low. Ooh. Which is there. 65% we would take out the IB high. That's interesting. No, I guess it's not really interesting because it's the higher out of range. So it would make sense we'd be going higher, isn't it? Doesn't it? Wouldn't it? Didn't it? Shouldn't it? Couldn't it? One of those wouldn't, I guess. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry for the lack of, well, you won't know about the chapter marker till after the stream's over, but yeah. Now, I don't know something here. This is one. I don't know much about how these streams work, to be honest with you. I don't know. You would think that OBS would make this an inherent part of their system and have it work as well as a StreamUp did, but it hadn't up until now. Hope maybe that's been fixed. I don't know. Well, so we would be, there is the IB statistic. Let's pretend we're going to take this trade. There's our statistic. Now, what happened? We came up here and couldn't get any traction higher, which would suggest IB continuation down here. However, looking at the distribution so far, it suggests an IB failure. If you got short right here, you would be scaled. And maybe going to make some money. Something that I've been challenged with lately, or recognized as a potential issue here, is that up until the IB statistic is taken, oftentimes we have a very clear or definite condition like balanced, okay, which would suggest a mean reversion. And then at some point, quickly, it goes directional, like right here. So had you gotten short right there, you'd be scaled, and you would at least have some direction below you and some targets down here for the profit target, as opposed to here when you could scale and then where the hell you going? So I don't know, this is where you need to do your own homework, your own statistics, and backtesting, etc. Oh, bitch. We do have a trigger for an IB continuation trade, and that is in my back testing right here. There's A. Now let's see if we can make this a little bigger here. Okay. The way these signals work are, there's A, that means the IB has been taken from the top down, right there. Oh, I'm sorry, right there. B is that we trade down into this continuation zone and trade back up to within 1 point either side of the IB high, of the IB low in this case. That is A, B trigger. Now, you'll see others around here. Okay, great, but they are not in sequence. And I don't know how to, I'm not going to worry about how to fix that. I don't care. This is just a chart to visualize where the targets are that I have coded for the back test. These lines are just indicators, custom indicators that I built for this chart, which mean nothing other than they give me a visual reference to see where price is and what it's doing. So here we go. There was A, there's B, there's the trigger. There. Now, are we going to get stopped out or are we going to continue on? This would be the trigger for the, when I run a back test, this will be the trigger for a IB low continuation trade. I hope that made sense. These are the rules for only the IB continuation. What I worked on this weekend, rather than paying attention to my god darn stream thingy, was this is the consolidated where it draws IB continuation, IB failure from either the IB high or the IB low. And this is looking like it's going to be, this is looking like it's going to be an IB failure trade. Now, that would be the pullback zone for the failure up here. The way these reports work, I'm not going to run the back test now, but I have screen snaps over here if you're interested. Here is the IBC, the IBF, and the grouped ones. These are just, each backtest puts out 3 pages of reports. These are 2 of them. The third one is you can scroll down to and look at the actual trades themselves, what time, at what time they occurred, what was the outcome, what was the signal, all that stuff. So basically what we have here is this is looking back over 500 days. Total profit, number of trades, shorts, longs, same idea, wins, losses, percent. This is profitability, 46%. The win-loss ratio, or the loss profitability ratio is 1.96. Over here is 2.33. And on the group together, it's a 37% at 2.16. This is the kind of data you need to analyze whether you really have a statistical edge or not, a expectancy over a statistically significant data set, in my opinion. Now, here's something's kind of cute. You see how we just about got in here? This one traded up to here, and then back we came to here. This would have been a trigger for an IB failure. It did not happen. Are we stopped out? Let's see, there's 1, 2, yeah, we would be stopped out right there. No, not quite. Well, let's see, yes we would, because just coincidentally, the pullback zone or the continuation zone, this is 3 points from the IB, this is 3 points from the IB, this is 5 points from the IB, and this is 5 points from the IB. They're just l'envers, right? They're the mirror image of each other. So this would be stopped out. the IB continuation would be stopped out. And here come the boys with it. Every two ticks they put in some liquidity. Look at this silliness. This was going on last week too. Now, this is actual code, right? This is not, when you run these back tests, there is absolutely no discretion. It runs these rules and that's that. That's, in my opinion, what you need to do, how it needs to be approached. What I've been interested to watch here is that how I could watch these. Oh, let me also point out something, that these signals here are not related in any way to the trading rules other than they are similar. For example, A on the IB low is the IB statistic, the IB low statistic. So it's the same code as this, only the bit about the fact that the open was higher than the close on one bar back. The open was higher than the IB, and the low and the close was lower than the IB. And it, instead of doing anything in the back testing, it just throws a signal, a marker, A. B is the next rule, and then T is the trigger. So there's two separate things going on here. This is a chart for me to try to see if I can visually confirm my. You notice that there's no, I mean, this is a little bit gray area for me where those signals and triggers are on Bookmap. Okay. Well, having been stopped out right here, that would have been kind of disappointing. I wonder if you can put, I guess what I could do, oh man. I have a real problem with rabbit holes. I immediately want to zoom down them to try to figure stuff out because I like solving puzzles, right? And that's not the point. For example, in backtesting, I have a fair idea how to do backtesting in IRT and how to code up the rules and all that stuff. I thought maybe it would be better off if I learned how to do it more modern, so I started playing with Python. And I found myself way down a rabbit hole learning Python. That's not the damn point. The point is to backtest my setup and backtesting isn't even the object. The object is to have a vetted trade, to trade as my trading business. You know, that's real important to understand for me. Now, where I was going with that was I was thinking, okay, see, I push all of these levels from my IRT. I push these levels from my IRT. I could easily export, throw another column in here perhaps, and export the levels, these lines. These lines, let me start over. This is an indicator you buy from Bookmap. Any level you want to put in here, any data that you want to put here will drive this level. I chose to have them be the same as the price levels, which is my Cloud Notes column. These Cloud Notes are driven by this Cloud Notes, and these line indicators are driven by the exact same data pushed from IRT. So if I wanted to, I'd have to think about how to do that. I could, in theory, then have lines on my Bookmap which would reflect these lines over here. I mean, it's pretty obvious where these lines go. And they're real simple. It's just the IB high plus 5 points plus 3 points plus 5 points. The IB high minus 3 points minus 5 points, and the same on the bottom side. And then these little dotted boys here are just 1 point either side of the IB. Would be, so you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 lines over here. And then I remind myself, I don't want to do that. That's not the point. Not the point to figure out how to do all that crap. It's ridiculous. Now the IB continuation is working out. But it was stopped right here. According to the back test, it was stopped. Let me see if I'm interpreting that correctly. So here was our signal. Here's the IB flag. Boom. Here is the second rule. And here's the trigger, meaning that on this trigger, you got high exactly 1 point below the IB. or the high, which is, if you see over here, the high of that bar is 67.15. So 67.15 would be the short. And that's right there. Well, first of all, you have to be really fast. $67.15, 66. I mean, 16.17. Well, according to this, it wouldn't be stopped. Oh, would it? Yep, right there's a stop. You're stopped out by one tick. Wow. So this would be a stop. This is really frustrating, boy. A frustrating market. My OBS chapter markers screwed up because I clicked, yeah, go ahead and run the update on OBS. Yeah. I better be careful what else I try to do today. I would suggest that this day will not have any trade opportunities for me based on the news stuff that's going on. But you can be satisfied in knowing that the IB statistic was made, like usual, 97.9% probability, and once again, boom. Come on, man. Ridiculous. I fired up the music here as usual, but I have no speakers in here. It's a quiet office. If I wanted to listen to that, I would have to listen on my headset. So if it's too loud or not loud enough or whatever else, just drop something in the chat. No problem. I don't like standing here with a headset on all the time. And I typically don't like a lot of racket in my environment. Oh man, damn stupid shit thing. Who's doing this? So frustrating. What was I doing now? Something, I don't remember what. I don't want YouTube, that's on that one. Huh. Well, yeah. So welcome to the stream. It's my virtual journal. We're talking about IRT here. This is investing.com. This is the higher time frame micro composite. This is a pain in the ass day. What can I tell you? You know, we've got a news and well, I shouldn't say news. We have market disrupting risk potential. Okay. A lot of it this morning. At the moment, there are several Trump has signed executive orders. He's meeting with greets Netanyahu, and then they're going to have a press conference at 12, and who knows what might be said in the meantime. So, not that there's anything wrong with any of that, but any possibility, anytime anyone, especially Trump's in front of a microphone or a camera, there's a high probability that something could disrupt the auction. And that's a risk. That's a risk to your trading and mine. That could, and we want to always be aware of risks and risk potential. That's why we review the numbers every morning. That's why we're prepared for this big week of economic numbers. We've got, here he is speaking. Tuesday, we've got PMI, consumer confidence, JOLTS. Wednesday, S&P PMI, ISM manufacturing PMI, crude inventories. Thursday, initial jobless claims. Friday, ooh, baby, Friday we got non-farm payroll. Why do we pay attention to these things? Why are they marked as 3-star or critical risk? Because they have that potential to disrupt the market, the auction. These are known. They're scheduled. They take a few minutes, to happen. In the case of the political conversation and whatnot, that we don't have any idea. So you need to be really, really on guard to remember that your primary objective as a trader is to maintain and compound your account. And that means risk management. So there you go. And what I was trying to do up here was get to something down here that I can see. Oh man, how can I do that? Here we go. Okay, that's what I wanted right there. I think that's what I wanted. Oh no, it's not what I wanted. Bummer. That's pretty weird. Doesn't show the video. Oh well. I'll have to see. I was going to try to figure out this stream story on my upper machine and have some sort of an idea what the hell was going on. That didn't work out like I had a plan. Interesting how I have Google. I have it open over here. Let me show you this. Maybe somebody can tell me what's going on. I have this open to update this, and here's the thing. I wanted to see what this said by this video, but I don't want to disrupt the stream or the anything to do with that. So I put it on my upper monitor. Exactly the same. It is exactly the same. Well, obviously I can't tell you all of this off the top of my head, but you know, looks the same. But there's no video presented here. Funny, huh? Not funny, haha, but there we go. That didn't work out like I had it planned to. Now wait a minute here. Oh yes. That didn't work out like I had it planned, but anyway. So a lesson learned, don't ever just automatically click update. Damn it. Pretty frustrating. Anyway. I get lulled to sleep with stuff working for a couple years, you know, and then all of a sudden I make some silly mistake. Like I didn't imagine that just updating OBS would break that. And so, you know, there you go. That's what I get for thinking, huh? Mm-hmm. That's what I get for thinking. They may monkey around and close the gap. You never know. Here's our gap close right here. They're heading there, huh? Let's just see that statistic. This will be fun. We'll just do statistics fun today. This is the way you need to think. Okay? Higher out of range. Gap up. How would we determine that? Well, previous high is right there. So there is a 65.5% probability that we will close this gap in an higher out of range open scenario. Mind you, I view closing the gap as range, not value or close or settlement or any of those different kinds of things. Do whatever you know, shoot, float your boat, do it. But now you notice how these are highlighted in blue rather than gray. That means they've been ticked off already. That's been hit, that's been hit, that's been hit, that's been hit, you know, or revisited. So when 65.6% previous high, 338 instances or occurrences out of 512 occurrences. There you go. That's the percentage. That's all there is to this. It's math and percentage. Period. It's really important to understand that, I think. Could I have gotten an IB continuation? Yeah. But it's not, in my world, that isn't a high probability thing to do. Especially in consideration that, as I said earlier, the suggested trade, when the day is like this, which is, what has our day been? Oh hell. No, here's 9:30, way in the hell back over here somewhere. Way back over here. That's 9:30. That's when the IB set. Sorry, that's where the IB set. Right, way back over here. Here's 10:10, when we just took the IB. Right there. Okay. What is that day? What is the context of the day at this point? It's balanced and it's rotational. So by definition, the suggested trade is the IB failure back to the mean, which is just an IB context way of saying mean reversion. Now what happened? Still, huh? Now what happened? Uh-oh. Now we're getting directional. Have we closed the gap? Nope. Is a pig's ass pork? Yep. So, yeah. Well, smack a thumbs up. Subscribe. If you could use or would be helpful to have these session prices pushed automatically. If you can put them in if you use Bookmap, you can put them in a cloud note column or this indicator. It is a CSV file, so you can use them in any number of different programs. I push them live and free, starting at 1700 on Sunday evening continuously through 1600 on Friday afternoon. You're more than welcome. Instantaneously updated, continuous. They push out from over here, right there. I keep these flags up so I know everything's still working. 11 o'clock. Oh, this is mega painful. Mega painful. Over here. I'm so disappointed that I don't know how this is going to turn out. If you've been following the stream at all and you know that every evening after the stream closes at 1500, the stream starts every trading morning at 8 o'clock with a pre-market and the numbers and an analysis of the overnight trade, how to set up everything, etc. And it continues until 1500 every afternoon, and these all times that I refer to are that are visible here are Central Standard Time. If you're familiar with it, every evening or every afternoon after this, I close the stream off, I update the chapter markers or channel, timeline chapters for the stream to be published, and that tool broke when I updated OBS last night. So I've got to try to figure that out. Unfortunately. I guess I should have just stopped immediately, not done anything, and rolled OBS back, I guess. I don't know. I would think that this Einstein that published that would have would be on top of the updates, but I don't know. And maybe he is, maybe it's just me. But I know I'm disappointed about that. That's for sure, Bub Louie. What have we got going on here? Low volume, big time. 0.21% positive. And they're not exactly ripping their face off going lower, are they? They might have gotten as close to that gap close as they care about. Remember the gap rules. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted within the previous range, there's a very high probability that we will trade across the at least value area of that. If price is rejected out of it, it's a high probability, common sense, we're going to trade in the direction of the gap. I mean, think about it. This is all about where traders, I guess, all traders, find it a reasonable price. What do you call it? Retail, call it whatever. POCs reflect what? Well, there's the RTH POC right here. Reflects the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So that is 67.23. The very split second that one of these levels has 11,441 contracts traded, this POC will move there, period. What is, and this is the same exact for the full session, and they're right together. What else does that mean? That means that this is the most commonly traded price. You could kind of extrapolate that to thinking, well, this is the most agreed price. I think it's fair to trade here. Just something to think about. Well, I guess they didn't like that close the gap idea. Well, here we are, 11:18, followed in hot pursuit at the top of the next hour, or maybe it's the bottom of the next hour. I don't even remember now. It's going to be this press conference. So, as far as I'm concerned, this day is shot in the ass. Just a heads up for you, though. Kind of recap everything. This is this blue line is top secret. You have to have special permission to know how to use that. It's a blue vertical line. You go like this, boom, bang, you go vertical. And what I do is I plop that on the book map at the session open for each session. And the reason for that is to be able to quickly, it's just a visual clue for me. I can glance left or peripheral vision. If I see that blue line, I know I've got the entire session in view, which makes sure for me that I have firm understanding of the context of the session so far. That's it. I like the idea of top secret blue deal, though. Somebody send millions. That'd be a good idea. I volunteer for a very dangerous mission. As I said, this week is going to be a bell ringer for economic news. Day after day, there's going to be a consistent stream of it. Culminating on Friday with non-farm payroll. So that's always the biggie. That's the biggie of the month, actually. Always. Here is North Korea's vice foreign minister. Okay, well, good for him. Oh boy. So these two are meeting now, and there's going to be where is it? There we go. 10 o'clock, they're meeting. 12:15. So 1/4 past the hour, there's going to be the next hour, there's going to be a press conference, which will last for probably an hour. So, through that 12 to 1 period, I think it's just a real bad, let me rephrase that. It is an extremely high risk environment today. Your mission, your prime directive as a trader is to preserve and compound your account. You can only do that through prudent risk management and a beneficial risk-reward profile. You cannot do that by clicking your mouse like you're killing snakes and making up reasons to trade when there are none. Justifying, because you're bored, because you believe, you grew up being taught that progress was related to action, or reward was equal to work, or any of that stuff. Those are not applicable in this market. And contrary to our human wiring, our monkey mind, let me see how to say this without offending anybody necessarily, but whether you're a creationist or a evolutionist, I think both, I'm not sure about this, but I think both camps agree that the human species has been evolving for some time, right? We've been around for a long time. We've got fossil records to prove it. So those tendencies are baked into our wiring. I refer to them as our monkey mind. Needless to say, I'm more of an evolutionist, I guess. Which kept us alive. It's selection, it's survival of the fittest, or selective adaptation. If the grass wiggled and you weren't afraid and didn't go the other way and went over and kicked the grass, or your ancestors, they may well have ended up as something's lunch, which means they didn't pass on their genes, which is selective adaptation. We are very definitely risk adverse. We have FOMO. We want to be right. All of those things are baked into your wiring. Revenge trading. The concept that, you talk yourself into trading because you're bored or you think you need to be doing something, which is quite contrary to the truth. Those are all baked into your brain and mine. So what you need to do is, let me take it one step further. And as far as I'm concerned, you are never going to control or, eliminate those emotions or those, the response to those feelings, which, triggers, kicks loose adrenaline, kicks loose fear, whatever. What you need to do to be a successful trader and controlled, methodical trader is to recognize those feelings and don't act on them. It happens to me all the time. You need to recognize that the most important tool that you have in trading is on your side of the monitor. It's your brain and you. You can have all the big monitors, curve this, gaming that, high speed something or another, and the best software there is doesn't make jack. It's you that makes that interprets that and makes those decisions. reacts to those monkey mind inputs, as Tom B puts it. You know, he likes to refer to them as Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde, right? So however you best, whatever relate, you know, how you best relate to it, that's important. That's key, actually. And you need to also, you know, again, you need to realize that your reward in trading is not a direct relationship to effort. Typically, it's the other way. And I have no problem not trading. None whatsoever. You have to be careful that I will be the first to say that I've probably fallen into the paralysis by analysis one too many times, but not clicking the mouse, and the more risk there is involved, in my mind, I think I've kind of developed a situation where the more FOMO I feel, the less likely I am to touch the mouse, because there's something wrong with that environment. Chasing, FOMO, revenge trading, boredom, those will kill you, man. Those will kill you. And so 11:30. Jesus criminy Christ. Got 45 minutes till they start talking, so that's, you know, forget that whole deal. This day is pretty much shot square in the head as far as I'm concerned. There has been no opportunity that I see, really. You name one point around here, since here's our open, right? Even rear view mirror trading, even the, you know, even the domain of the world famous internet gurus and rear view mirror traders. I guess you could say, oh, well, we had a double high here, so I got short. Maybe. Okay. What did you get? Well, there's 30. And let's say you got down here. Is it 30? Yeah, that's 31. Let's say you got down here to 11. So there's 20 handles. You could have gotten 20 handles out of that if you absolutely just gambled it. And good for you if you did. But I want you to tell me right there that you're going to get short, and that there's any possible follow through. At this point, that's 9 handles right there, 10 handles. Does that make sense? Is that an A+ setup for you? It most definitely is not for me. Is that a way to manage risk? That's gambling. That is gambling for me. Yeah, baby. No baby ooh. I wish I could accomplish something here. I'm gonna have to, I don't know, maybe go to one of my other machine and try to get something else done while this is happening over here. I'm certainly not going to be around for the dog and pony show in the White House. I wonder how much longer we can continue to support the position over there. I think the whole world is pretty much fed up with it, I think. And got to admit, I find it completely crazy, or I can't understand it at all. Gosh, I remember back when Yasser Arafat and PLO. Well, that's been going on for a long time. If they killed him, they poisoned him. I think whatever that spy outfit is, killed him. Poisoned him or something like that, yeah. So anyway, yeah. I guess I'll mute off here and go try to figure out something else to do for constructive besides watching this. I'm watching paint dry here. Good luck, and keep your powder dry. Push the mouse away. Watch the market and narrate the market. What is happening here? What is really happening here? And do you think that this is a target-rich, A+ environment for you? Look at the levels here. Look at the obstacles across your path. Remember that your goal as a trader, your objective is not to scratch. If you're using the risk neutral methodology that I do, my objective is 12 points for my entry. And not pulling back 3 points. So there you go. Well, what'd we do? My guess would be this market will go lower. But that's just my guess based on everything else that's going on around the world and in the Oval Office. Anyway, good luck. I'd say keep your powder dry. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So let's take a little run around the park here before the top of the hour. Remember that at quarter past the hour is a news conference. High probability of market risk, political risk, So press release or press briefing or who the hell knows what. Could go either way either. It's with Trump and Netanyahu, so that could in DC. So all bets are off. Got no idea. Just be aware. 1:15 the hour. And here we are. The market micro composite gapped up. We didn't really close it yet. We're still fluffing around over here. We're about 2 points off of closing it. Basically, well, we're actually 2.5 points away from closing it. Here's our micro composite. Terrible day Friday in terms of poor high, no excess. That's our gap up, and there we are. This is the day session of the ES. You see that there's the high, and there we are. Boom, boom. Pretty close, but no cigar. We're real light volume today. Well, it's changed a little bit. It was like 74 about an hour ago. Now it's back in the 80s. Average 2 range is about 4.25 points per minute. And that's true range, so that's swapping back and forth. Let's see what the back testing is showing me here. Well, this is, again, these are just visual custom indicators I put on this chart so that I can visually confirm the rules and sequence of rules in the back test in this. This is the IB, the full IB trading system. Both IB high and IB low, continuation and failure. All 4. These little letters that you see here are also just signal markers, and they are the basic signal for these rules. In other words, this A shows that the IB high, IB low was exceeded right here with the specific rules involved. This B says that the second rule was taken. that says that price moved into this continuation zone, and then T, or the trigger, is that price came out of the continuation zone to within 1 point either side of the IB, which are these dotted lines, and that would be a short trigger. You got stopped out, and nothing since. So that's how it works. Again, anything on this chart is for my visual reference. It is not part and parcel of the trading system over here. I can push the system to the chart where it will plot exactly what trades have been taken, but I prefer to do a back test because you get the data that you need. I'm not going to do it now, but you get all the data that you need. That is, in my opinion, is required to vet a setup and then have it in my arsenal of trades, or my clip, or my quiver, or my playbook, or my song sheet, my holster, whatever, however you want to think about trades that you have properly vetted. And by properly vetted, I mean you have mathematically and statistically verified that setup and those specific criteria or parameters have a positive expectancy and that occurs on a statistically significant data set, which is outside the possibility or the likelihood of random distribution. Boop, there you go. There you go. I actually don't know what impact the back test would have. Probably not much, actually, because it only takes about 3 seconds. So here's the way you set up your back test. This is for 40 days. Typically, I do 500 or 1,000 days. 2 contracts. There's the session. Here's the reports I want. And then we can backtest it. Watch closely. Oop. It took 1 second to backtest 40 days. And this is a full IB long, IB high long, IB high short, which is failure. So IB high continuation, IB high failure, IB low continuation, IB low failure, all 4. Over 40 days is $6,000. There's 32 trades, 17 long, 15 short. There's a 38%, wait a minute. There's maximum stop. This is a little more than I expected. It should only be 750. This is typically due to end of day. There were 32 trades. There was 13 winning trades. There was 10 losing trades for a 40% win rate with an expectancy or a profit factor of 2.41%. 2.41 points. Not tick. Points. Now, this is 23 out of 32. So there's 9 scratches. And if you want to get real picky, which is what I always do when I'm not usually on the stream, you can go down here and see there is each and every trade. The trade, the entry type, the result, this is T1 and T2. It was at 9:42 on the 8th of August. T1 was out at 9:43 and T2 was out at 10:02. Here's another short, T1, so this is a scratch, see? Full target, scratch, and stop. And here's an IB continuation. Full stop. I'm not sure why this happens. Once in a great while it does. And I think I know the reason. I think it's because it's a shortened day. But that's where the anomaly happens over here on the on the total profits on the largest winning day. And one thing I'm not seeing a lot of, which bothers me, I'm not seeing these IB continuation trades. This is long, the other one would be short, obviously. I'm not seeing many of those here, and I'm not quite understanding why. But I need to dig into that. If I'm not mistaken, that's the only one I see in 40 days. That seems a little hard to believe, huh? It does to me. But if you just threw this on to trade itself, there you would have had there would have been the outcome. Trading over 40 trading days. $160 a day, 38%, or no. Yeah, anyway. So that's that. That's how you do backtesting. And then after you have gotten the signals worked out the way you believe that they are accurate and over a large period of time, I do 500 or 1,000 days, you can then optimize, you can set up your backtest so that you're looking back at, say, up through the first of this year, and then you optimize that. Then it'll do what it needs to do, and you'll have an optimized trade system for that period of time. Then you can forward test it by taking the optimized system, which is the computer generated, and then run that system over the data which you didn't use to optimize. In other words, so you run a back test from the beginning through the first of this year, or the last day of last year. And then you optimize that. And then you take that optimized system and you run it over the first of this year to current. So you see how the optimized system would perform against new data. Pretty cool, huh? I think so too. Boy, this is going nowhere times a million over here. Okay, so there we go. What else is happening here? We're getting a little, oh, they did close the gap. There you are. So the gap's closed. Now what I do for that is when a stat has been hit, I change the text to black so that I know it's done. And then it typically on the weekend, unless I'm upside down thinking of something else, I will then remove it if they're not, important levels, like naked volume points of control and stuff like that, who the hell cares? They've been around a long time. So there you go. So they closed that gap. And what's our range now? Our range is 7. 31. 23 handles in all of the morning. And light volume. So you be the judge of whether you think it's a target-rich, trade-rich, A+ setup environment to put your money at risk, to put risk on your account. Well, keep it up. We'll be right back where we started. What has gone on with the, excuse me, what has gone on with the talking heads here, I wonder? So, look at this. This committee headed and chaired by Trump. What in the hell? What? Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, huh? I don't look like much happened because there's not much. I don't see much action in the market. Not a surprise. Yeah. What a special guy. Oh. Well, I'm still mad about my damn stream thing. Oh, what's happened here? We had a VPOC migration. Wow, first one all day? No. We had a couple of little hickey ups there at the first. Now here we are. Okay. I would definitely tell you I would not be taking this VPOC migration. Anytime soon. That's for sure. Well, anyway, sorry for the craziness with the stream. Hopefully I will be able to sort these chapters out tonight. Not that that bothers the stream itself, but in reviewing the stream, it'll be a big pain in the ass. Yeah, and this market is just, what are you gonna do? This King Trump really thinks he's up to something. I'm not sure how that's going to wash out, but let's hope so for the people of Gaza. Let's hope so. And this trade is pretty spooky. I would hope that you are just watching this and narrating the trade, if you don't have a pre-vetted, very clearly identified setup with an expectancy, that this is something to stay away from. By golly. Let's see how the back test signal's working out. Well, each one of these hash marks here is 5 handles. So the triggered short would be right there. Was a stop out, of course, but imagining that didn't happen. So there's 5, 10, 15. That would have been lovely. Had the stop not occurred right there, that signal trade, which is an IB continuation short. If you're new here, these are this chart, these references and these signal markers are 100% for my visual analysis of the trading setup. They have nothing to do with the trading system here, but they do accurately reflect the various rules within the session and the criteria for those rules. So I can look here and see, okay, rule A fired. IB, that's the IB statistic is taken. Here's rule number 2, or B, which is the pullback criteria. Or in this case, because it's an IB short continuation in the, so continuation pullback, then it pulls back to the zone, and then it pulls back to within 1 point either side of the IB low, and triggers right there. That would be the short triggering. Now, stops out. Down to the targets. The next question to start asking is, so then do you take the next one, trigger? And the answer for me is no. So yeah. Hey Panda, how are you, baby girl? These kind of days are certainly irritating. When you come into the market all excited to get something done, and then this kind of nonsense happens. This is the typical rule. Well, both of the POCs are now aligned. Pretty damn close anyways. 12 half, the 12 handle. They weren't too excited about filling that gap, were they? you used me. Man, this is painful. Ugh. 8 minutes till the power hour and wow. in any hurry. I'm just reminding you. Well, it's the power hour, huh? Boo hiss boo. I'm trying to figure out how to get the Stream Up thing downloaded and straightened out on my OBS side, just because I'm running out of stuff to think about here. Well, looks like nothing good's going to happen here. We're a quarter after the power hour. Now, if you took that IB or that VPOC migration, maybe it's working for you. That's an anomaly to me. Certainly nothing I chase after. And this day will wind into nothing as far as I'm concerned. Anytime we have random critical risk all morning long into the into 1 o'clock, 1300, that's a time to stay away, in my opinion. In my opinion. And we'll do a recap at about 14:30 here. We'll have the market on close orders at 1450 and then wind the stream up at 1500 as usual. I'll try to get my OBS things straightened out this afternoon and all the other soccer dad stuff I need to do here. we go, falling out of bed. For what particular reason? Somebody said something. That would be my guess. That's typically my guess. Start this. So who said what? Who said, she said, they said? Somebody said something. Well, Trump ended his remarks at 14:09. And apparently the market decided that they didn't like those remarks, I guess. I don't know. I certainly don't pay any attention. Yeah, well, they're going to pull out. U.S. is going to pull out of the Middle East and gives full backing to Israel to deal with Hamas. So there you go. That doesn't sound very good, does it? I guess that would explain the fall off here. I suppose. Right back to the Friday's close right there. So this is a great day of exercise patience. Their patience is not a bad thing. Patience is something that you better get used to if you're going to be a professional trader with a professional trading business as opposed to a video game or gambling, which is what I'm doing. So, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the other options, but to approach trading as a business, this is what needs to happen. Flat is definitely a trade. There are three positions in trading. There's long, short, and flat. And you're flat a huge percentage of the time if you're really vetting and trading vetted setups, predefined vetted setups that have a mathematically, statistically proven expectancy. And not, some rearview mirror internet guru crap like, win rate. Win rate is the most overrated, absolute, pure BS junk for nothing but clickbait, taken by itself. I can have a 90% win rate and go broke in 5 trades if the risk to reward is upside down. Win rate means nothing without that. Now, to find your expectancy, okay, that's different. To find your expectancy, you multiply your win rate times your average loser. Average winner, sorry. Sorry about that. And then you subtract your loss rate times your average loser. And that gives you your expectancy. And if that number comes out a negative number, or not one that is substantially positive, then you better reevaluate your trade plan and your strategy, because your object is to compound your account, protect your account number one, and to compound your account number two. If you're going to have trading as a business. And if you like the adrenaline rush and you think you're a video game wizard, then you want to guess and hunch and gamble, just click hell out of it, man. That's no problem. That's, perfectly great. And if this is not a stream of my way or the highway either. If you have a different strategy and approach the market differently and are consistently profitable, absolutely continue doing that. If you're not consistently profitable over a long period of time, maybe you ought to, hang around and give a listen. Yeah. Ooh, a V reversal here. Here, Rod and some fellas will be thinking that's a lot of fun. Six minutes till the bottom of the hour, and that final curve, final turn, rounding the final turn. Pretty lame day, huh? Well, the volume's sneaking up there now. It's been down as low as 72 or 3%, I think. Now it's sneaking up a little, but the ATRs had fallen down. Also sneaking back a little bit. If you're trading the NASDAQ, you probably did pretty good. And if you're, got a couple hundred points there. Well, we've rounded the final curve. Now we've got a couple more minutes here up to 50. 1450, we'll have the market on close. Imbalance. And then I'll be looking forward to the top of the hour and get this shut off and see if I can straighten out the OBS. Hopefully the stream has been putting along okay, so that's good. I hope so. Why that did that, I don't know. A lot of crazy things going on here. I hope OBS is working okay. I had 50 subscribers and now I have 49. Oh, what a shame. So hit the likes and the thumbs up, the thumbs up and the subscribe button. That's about all I get out of this from the stream side of life. It's my virtual journal. I'm not funded or monetized in any way here, so that's pretty much a good thing. It'd be a big help. This is a terrible day, but it's indicative of a lot of the days in trading. This is the magic of trading. There have been no A+ opportunities for me, and I'm still vetting my IB trades, so there's nothing happening, obviously, in that regard. And in the face of all the news or potential critical risk, I'm certainly not gonna put on any account risk that I don't feel has a good outcome or a good likelihood of a positive outcome. Let's change that. This is going to be one hell of a week. Let's start the, let's hit the recap. Let's kneecap the recap. So, we're going to have a big week for economic releases. We've got the PMIs tomorrow, consumer confidence tomorrow, and JOLTS tomorrow. 8:45, and none of these are at 8:30. So these, this is going to slip in on you when you're not expecting it, perhaps. Be aware that these are Central Standard Time. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 8:45. Well, 8, 8:45, and 9 in sequence. Wednesday, we've got non-farm change. That's the addition for September. Then we've got the PMI, S&P. ISM PMI, and of course the crude oil inventory if you're trading crude oil. Thursday, initial jobless claims, factory orders, and Friday is the world famous non-farm payroll. S&P Global PMI. Unemployment rate, non-farm payroll at 7:30, S&Ps at 8:45, 9 o'clock, got ISM non-manufacturing PMI again. So it's going to be a real big week starting tomorrow, report-wise. This is investing.com, which is free. You can set it up for your earnings, holidays, calendars, today, however you want it. Filter it for your country, your time zone, etc. You can pay for it if you want to, I'm sure, but it is free. This is Financial Juice, also free. They, are continually trying to get you to go real time over here, which I don't see the need for me. It is similar to investing.com in that the right or the left side here is more or less of a calendar or docket. Here you see where we start to gain all the big stuff. Again, all these red guys along here. And then over here is more of a squawk box feel. We'll be getting the market on close orders over here pretty quick at 1450. This is the higher time frame, which is my high time frame, which is I refer to it as the micro composite. It is the RTH session chart. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And that then produces the high and low volume nodes in the market and the micro composite VPOC. The high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap. The session prices are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile. NQ and ES, these are all minis. I also plot the same configuration for the micros. We're light volume. Percent change is 0.19. Gone over the back testing a few times this afternoon. I don't think I need to do that again. Maybe. This is an example of a back test properly done. Let's make it 50 days here. Oh, here we go. Tell me how long you think it would take you to backtest 500 trading days for all initial balance trades, whether they are initial balance high or low, whether it's a continuation or a failure. So there's 4 trades, 2 for each configuration. Looking back 500 days, how long do you suppose that'd take you? Well, it took that long. It took 5 seconds. Profit, number of trades, number of longs, number of shorts, capital used, etc. Largest losing trade, largest winning trade. This is an outlier around the 5th of May, and I don't know what causes that, but it's crazy. It should be $750 anyway. There's 370 trades, 131 of them are winning trades, and 182 are losers. 35% win rate at 2.97 profit factor. The difference between 131 and 182, which is 300 and... What am I doing here? I can't even see. Which is 321 or 23. It's about 50 or so trades. Those are all scratch. And if you want to, what you need to do is to confirm that the signals are correct and find out, for example, why that outlier is at May 1st. May 1st, 2024, by the way. There are all the trades. Going back to October 30th of 2023. There they are. There's, November 1st, 2023, IB short, take profit target 1, take profit target 2, $750, scratch. That's how it works. That's the way it needs to work. That is a back test. Then you can do your math, you can do the statistics, and you can know what your edge is and your expectancy, and you can take the trades with confidence. That's the key. Because it's not gambling, it's not a hunch. You know that if over a specific data set, what your statistics are and the probabilities. Now, did we get to our... Not yet. We got another 8 minutes for the market on close orders. Okay. The stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock with a review, pre-market setup, explanation, analysis of the overnight trade, what I expect the trade's going to do to do for the day. A look at the numbers and the reports. Get all set up, get Bookmap all set up to trade with the risk neutral bracket and everything set. And it's important to remember that this is my virtual trading journal. And I share it openly, and if it can help somebody, that'd be great. If it's entertaining or humorous, that's okay too. But it is my virtual trading journal, and the idea is I'm talking to myself. Now, I can see, obviously, and capture on video everything on my screens, and my voice over here provides some insight as to what I was thinking at the time. And chapter markers, which I relied on heavily because the stream's 7 hours, right? So I'm not going to sit and listen to 7 hours to review it either. And that's why the chapter markers and the timeline is so important to me, because I can go from one to the other and understand what was happening at those places. So there we are. This is Bookmap, I guess. Everybody knows that. This is the DOM. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually from the micro composite chart in IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT. This is the Globex, or the full session volume profile. And this is the RTH session volume profile, which resets every morning at 8:30. The full session resets at 1700. My notes column, where I change the title of the column every day to the open type, and I enter the statistics, and that's all done at 8, before the market opens. Doesn't change. Then I add the migrating VPOCs along here. These flags. This is the heat map, or the chart. There's no indicators there on either my IRT or my Bookmap. There is just data, price data, and statistics. The IB high and low are just simply mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. All the rest of these levels are straightforward. The POCs simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. There's a VWAP for RTH and one for Globex. That's volume weighted average price. I guess you could call that an indicator. It's calculated. And there is the mid price for the RTH. Boop. That's all there is to it. These are stops and icebergs. This blue line here is my visual reference only. I put it at each session price. I slap that on. That gives me a visual cue to remember, to know that the entire session's in view. Because I think knowing and being well established and aware of the context is really important. That's about all I know. Fuckwad day. The Dog and Pony Show in DC is off to a big start. It was their time. They had the con, so that's a good time to stay away. Had I not, if you're not up to speed, I updated OBS last night just before I went to bed, actually, and it wiped out my chapter marker thing as not compliant, and I'm trying to get that back in business, so I'll have to deal with that this afternoon. That's a real disappointment. Other than that, everything's pretty much as was. Uh, 2.5 minutes to the market on close imbalance. And it'll just pop up over here and it'll look similar to this. You know, it'll be a little table with S&P 500, NASDAQ, Dow, and the Mag 7. Sell side imbalance or buy side imbalance and whatever the number is. And it's pretty easy. sorry. Typically, I hope that wasn't muted. That's a huge imbalance number. Not doing very good today here. This is 4,504,000,000 buy-side S&P. 1,907,000,000, 1,396,000,000, 1,146,000,000. We think that what we do is important and somebody's hunting our stops. I want you to just take a second and figure out what one tick movement is worth on 4,500,000,000 S&P contracts. Think about that for a minute. Pretty staggering, I think, isn't it? That's why I have no problem sharing everything I share here in the stream. You know, I don't think that anybody that... Should anyone decide that they want to adopt the same kind of methodology or setup or whatever that I use, I can't imagine that, you know, a handful of us is going to affect the market much. It's going to arb out that edge. So I don't think there's much to worry about. And we got about 4 minutes to the close, so bummer. Bummer in the summer. I'll be shutting the stream down at 1500. I've got some stuff to take our daughter to school, and then try to sort out this OBS chapter marker thing. Get ready for the overnight, the full session. 3.5 minutes. And there's a 2-minute warning. And there comes that liquidity jumping in there. Certainly not the numbers. There's 429 at the 12 panel. And 4.5 down at 705. We're going to be done in 30 seconds here. And there you go, and I'm happy that that day is over. Remember that this is my virtual journal. Remember that you are the most important piece of equipment you've got for your trading. Make sure that you're hydrated, healthy, well-rested, not on tilt emotionally. All of those things are super important. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get outside, do something for your health and your state of mind. See you tomorrow at 8.